And we are back for another fun-filled day of building things. How about clapping and hopefully it works this time? It looks like it did. Excellent. So, how is everyone doing? We spent 4+ hours yesterday building the SecKit tank. We got the frame mostly done. We've got the Z-rails on. Organizing was a large part of the day. And we're ready we need to put the back on. We're ready to start lining up some of the Z belts. All that good stuff. We have a lot to do today, but we'll just see how far we get. How's everyone doing? So here's something different for today. I noticed that there was a feature on YouTube now that you can't chat on a live stream unless you're subscribed to that channel. And you have to hit subscribe, and then in 5 minutes it will let you start chatting. And I thought it would be interesting to try, because I think most of the people that come to the live streams are subscribers anyway, but it would also keep people from just flying in and saying something very rude and then flying out. So we're going to try that today to see how it works. I don't think it's going to impact a lot of you folks, but if you see that, that's what it means. I'm good, you're good. Dave, watching while you work, excellent. Bob Carnes is here. James Rushmeyer 3D. All kinds of folks. Also, with an aerial lift platform. Nice. Robot Hut, no worries. Have some coffee. Kyle Davis, Jeff Hutchins, what's going on? Kali Roth, nice. Noise suppression. So on live streams, I've never been very happy with the audio because I've always tried to put some noise suppression on there so you couldn't hear the printers running so much. But I think it's doing more harm than good. Now, I believe we did try to adjust this a while back, and the audio was horrible. So I'm sorry that all of you that are going to listen to this today, you are going to be my guinea pigs. So we were going to run like we usually run right now with the audio for a little while. There is a new version of suppression that OBS has. We're going to switch to that to see what it does, and then maybe we'll turn it off for a while. So your feedback after we switch is much appreciated. So let's go with that. If I don't forget to switch it while I'm building here. Good morning, Sergio. All right, so the last thing we left off with was our friend the elephant. And I've pretty much decided that our elephant friend is going to stay on this piece. He's just going to have to live on this printer, and then I'm going to take all of the comments that say, "What's up with the elephant?" I'm just going to take that as they come. And I can't bear to peel the elephant off of here and put it on. So he's going on with the printer. He will live on it forever. So that's the next thing we're going to do. Also, I'm going to try to... My producer has made some suggestions that I need to stay away from the corner camera more and stand, where people could actually see me. And I said, why would they want to do that? But I'm going to try a wider shot with this one, and we'll build a little bit over this way. That kind of blocks me from this shot, but no big deal. All right. Excellent. John was watching the other one, and now this one is going to be live. I'm hoping to be at least moving around, have the firmware configured. I don't know about 3D printing today, but let's just see what happens. So let's start. I guess I should pull up the directions. Now that I've explained all of that stuff, let's pull up the directions, see where we're at. Yes, I am still printing back here for next week's build. I just started another one. We're working on Z still. And we're here. Oh. So we need to put the back on. There's an end stop that goes back there. All that good stuff. So let's get going. We got stuff to build. We don't have time to hang around. I can tell you daylight savings time happened, and I really wasn't thinking about it last night. You know, no big deal. But I was appreciative that I got up this morning and I had an extra hour. Joel says Benty or bust. We'll see what we can do. John Strand, what's up? Yeah, I got to a little more coffee time. I'm feeling energized, ready to build. Let's get this done. Vintage PC's here. What's up? This does have some holes in the back where you can, you actually have room for the screw heads, except this really long one that I have in here. I'm going to change that up really quick because I want it to be flat, but I want it to still be able to keep my sled from going off the rail. Going off the rails around here, super common in more ways than one. That's still enough. Yes, it is. Excellent. All right. The elephant is epic. It's going to live in infamy. I'm so glad that whoever cut this piece cut it just like that. John O's here. What's up, John? Are you going to AWS Invent this year? Are they going to have it in person? I will not be attending. We are still under a flight ban. But I went to AWS Invent one year, and John was there, and we got to talk and hang out for a little bit. In between listening to people say just how great the cloud is. Oh, the cloud is so good. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I'll have the last laugh. You are going to invent. All right. Reinvent, I guess is what it's called. Is it a mascot? Yeah, I guess it's the mascot for the company that makes this sheet. This is that aluminum. I always forget what do they call this stuff? With the aluminum outside and the foam in the center. And never talk about it. Hybrid cloud is still a cloud. That's right, John. I'm with you. No matter what they want to call it, it still sends your data out and never get it back. You can let the smoke out of the box. It's really hard to put it back in. That's not the right one. That's not the right one. Bat 1,000. Where'd I put the right one? Oh, maybe this is it. There it is. P3P? What is that? The cloud is just someone else's computer. That's right. Palette 3. I have not been approached about the Palette 3. I did not have a great experience with Palette 2, and that might be why we haven't talked about the Palette 3. Don't know. I always have to say this, though, about Palette and Mosaic. Those guys are amazing. Love the Palette guys, Mitch and crew. Really good people. I just some of the projects that I've tried with some of the palettes, it has not gone very well. So it's nothing as far as nothing against their company at all. Those guys are a great bunch of dudes, and people. There's a lot of them now. There used to just be two. There's a lot of them now. I love the company. I just haven't had a lot of luck with that palette contraption. So I would do it, but yeah, I don't know how it'd turn out. The invitation to Italy, nice, nice. I've been invited to so many different countries. I really want to go. I'll make that happen eventually. All right, I think our elephant guy is looking good. Maybe there's a couple of more through holes here. Maybe one more in the center. Our buddy Dave Wilson is here. What's up, Dave? Which one is it? Oh, looks like it's it. Yeah, we got it. Never. Somebody said never mention it again. It'll be the elephant in the room. I want to make a video like that of it printing and me just walking by and just not looking at it. Thank you, Dave. I'm just so glad that we're back working in the basement and not working on the basement. So many weeks of doing such and such here and there. So many little odds and ends. All right, now. So there's a few different printed parts that go with the end stop setup on this thing. And I believe that I printed them all out. Let's see what we got here. Here's my parts. Where's my switch? There's my switch. All right. And these are optical end stops, and it does say in the guide about using dark filament. Most of the time you can get away with using whatever color, but you have to like color it, like use a Sharpie or something to make it dark. Nothing, I mean, if all else fails, these little flags are a really quick print, so I could just print one out in black. It won't matter. But be aware of that if you're trying to use an optical end stop switch sometime and it doesn't work, that might be the problem. Okay, what holes do we have lined up for this switch? Doing my best not to push the hardware over the edge. So there's a vertical set. What kind of part did we say we were going to mount this with? Here's the STL. Maybe I'll just look at the oh, 404. Because it'll have to have some sort of riser or it will contact that aluminum piece. Oh, wait, this looks perfect. Yes, that is perfect. All right. And this, so he's just got little different ones to set on the end of this, I'm guessing. Okay. What kind of screws are we talking here? Usually for these little switches you have to use like a 2.5. So he's going M3. Oh, they're going all the way through, so they're extra long, they're 16s. Okay, now we're rolling here. Does palette have a purge block? Yes, as the last time I checked, it did. Yes. Resistance to the Mac. The elephant in the basement. Pascal, thank you for joining. Only part of that I know is Salute and Architecture and Prussia. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, John. Who's my coffee sponsor today? Well, I'm a Folgers man. They haven't approached me with any sponsorships yet, but you know, I wouldn't turn it down. I would love I'm not one for sponsors. I don't, and it's nothing against being sponsored or anything like that. I just don't think it's a right fit for me. But if I had a sponsor, I would want it to be something like that, like Hanes black T-shirts or Folgers coffee. The things that actually keep this basement running. I think that would be cooler than any 3D printing company ever. Well, they have a lot deeper pockets. So beefy. Beef. Oh, nice. Go Cool is here. Long ago, when I was doing 3D printer, or the hang printer stuff. Those holes don't fit. What side's he got this on? We were doing hang printer stuff. There it is. Go Cool, they needed a set of printed parts. And there's a lot of parts. And plus we had to ship them all the way to him. And it was like, I want to say it was like $200 by the time we got all the filament and everything shipped. Maybe it was less than that, but it seemed like a lot of money to me. But it takes days to print the whole part set. But I managed to get them all done and ship them out. And they set up their hang printer. And I guess that's been 3 years now, and it's still working. That's awesome. Thanks for stopping by, Go Cool. Dye bond? I never remember. I think there's like a couple of trade names for it. Mr. Randolph, if he gets here, he'll know. That might be it. I don't really remember. Folgers, still not a sponsor. All the prints, all enclosures are made out of this stuff. If I just go to that page, it would tell me exactly what was going on. Yep, okay. And now the flag connects to the side. I'm guessing those are like 8s or something. Yep, M3 8s. Let's go with that. And some washers for these as well, because we're going to sandwich this part on there. Full send. Welcome, Andrew. No, those aren't. ACM, that's probably the term that I hear the most. ACM, yes. ACM, another acronym. If you work anything around IBM, they exhaust you with acronyms. So that's all I need is one more acronym to remember. Is that long enough? I'll never get a nut on the end of that.
For the Hank Treats Fund.
Andrew, thank you very much. Hank does love treats, so he will appreciate that. I'll tell him as soon as I get upstairs. He has treats coming. That dog and his treats. After he turned about 12 or so... Oh, I hear him moving up there. He must have heard that there was treats coming. After he turned about 12 or so, that dog gets spoiled like crazy. So he's always getting some sort of treat.
Ought to be good for a few weeks of Folgers for Chris in the basement.
John, thank you very much. For $20, that'll buy me some Folgers, all right. Thank you. Always appreciated. It's getting into wintertime too. The coffee consumption goes up. ACPs. There's another one. Always lots of Chris's in the chat. Represent, Chris. People have such cool names with Z's and stuff in them. Welcome to the chat. This is being able to do this and you see it at the same time is quite the balancing act. It's like working on a German car. No offense. Alright. Will it tag our in-stop switch? Boop. Probably just enough. We might need one of our flag friends here. What do we got? Got all kinds of different... In the kit, there's all kinds of different thicknesses. And I think he's got several in-stops. So I don't know if he went all in-stops. There's 4 of them in here. I don't know if he just skipped sensorless homing on this one or not. Because the SK Go, he just used sensorless homing. So we'll see how that goes. Alright, now, let's go with that flag for now, and we will adjust it if we need to. Now we need to put all these gearbox style motors for Z. And I was kicking this around. I was like, what would be the easiest way to get that done? And I thought about flipping it over, and I don't know that that would make it any easier. I think we can just kind of lift it and put them on. Excellent choice to keep that. Oh, excellent. I'm glad you all approve, because there will be somebody that complains. And I will just remind them that live chat approved, and that will be the end of the conversation. And it looks even bigger on the big screen. I'll bet it does. Okay, so is the stream flickering? I hope it's not. Sensorless for the win. Yeah, I didn't have any problems with it. Do I use Octofarm? Not regularly. I like it, but I really don't have that many printers that I coffee maker in the background. We've talked about that. I think I would drink too much coffee if I had that. I've used Octofarm. I don't have that many printers going all the time where it's really advantageous to me, so I don't use it on a regular basis. What was like? Okay, that's what I was gonna do. Man, I'm all over the place today. I must have had some sleep. So audio. So remember I told you before, this right now is the usual noise suppression that we do. I'm going to flip it to this new fancy pants one. See if it actually sees if it's any different. It does use a little bit more CPU, it looks like, but it'll take a second for it to catch up, of course. But tell me if it's worse, better, any of that good stuff. Let's try not to stab ourselves today. Actually, probably O-ring pick is better for this. Are there any square nuts in this? these motor mounts, the printed ones have a slot for a nut, but I almost want to say square nuts would be a little easier. These are pretty tight. Let's see what the ones he sent look like. These look like a little different part. Unless I just had way too much squish. They're pretty close. I might be able to get this to work. My extrusion rate, it looks just, my parts look just a little over extruded. Maybe a bit. Steven, welcome. Really don't want to stab the screwdriver into my hand. There's no good way to put these on here. We might just have to go with his parts. See if they fit any better. Yes, we're going to do that as well. Now we're going to, let's let it run like this for a minute. This way I can go back and watch it too. Let's let it run like this for a minute, and then we can turn it completely off just to see what it sounds like. Seems better. Okay. What could we use as like a die to set these in here without breaking this part? Sergio, thank you very much for the 20. Much appreciated. Sergio, longtime supporter of the channel, has got me out of a few jams. And he's appreciated. Oh, God. Anyone recommend Neptune 2? It's $319. I have one. It's not bad. I think it's a fair machine. I mean, how many times am I gonna drop that? Octo everywhere. Yes, I like that as well. I never really leave the house anymore, so it doesn't matter. But it is really easy to use compared to a lot of the other solutions. Yeah, I think the Neptune 2 is a fair printer. I like mine. I haven't printed on it a ton. There we go. Mike could never let the machines win. There's Colin Kincaid. What's up, Colin? Yes, the basement looks a whole lot different. You got to come over one of these days and check it out. It's gone through a lot of changes, that's for sure. I am going to grab, I think they're over there in the sort bin though. We need like a square nut or something to help us press those in there so I don't stab myself with the pliers. Ooh, that's like a 5mm. Okay. Adding support for Clipper. I've noticed that the conversations about that lately. Um, some things might not be able to support it quite yet. A lot of people dig that Clipper. Cool. We'll have to have Colin over for a stream. I need to have like a local 3D printing person event. I start hearing about more and more of them. It's a lot more around here than I ever thought. About 15, that sounds about right. If you get all the high-end stuff, yeah, that's about right. Have I ever had a fan short internally and take out a transistor on the controller? Yes, unfortunately I have. Um, I shorted out a heater once and it took out the processor. Blew a hole right in it. Now, the board probably was not the highest class of board. But yeah, that happened to me once. Yeah, those are a little harder to press in than they should be. I mean, it's not a huge deal, but be on the lookout for that if you're trying to do this. On a through part, you just pull it through with the screw, but maybe just a little rework would fix this issue. I'm really trying not to break the part. All right. Let's give this one a shot again. West Coast. All the people I know on the West Coast keep reminding me it's the best coast. Dave will be there. Excellent. Ten of you on the West Coast, huh? Do they kicked around having a Rip Rap Fest out there? Did anybody ever get that together out on the West Coast? That'd be a fun trip. Oh, it made another part. I heard it over there. Not really. All right. We can use at least some of these. It rhymes, it must be true. uh Midwest is the middle best. I've never actually heard that one. Uh, if it's the best coast, why is it 2 or 3 hours behind? Uh, Bonafide Pirate, welcome. Another great handle. He's bonafide. Southwest is best in England. Bill Brothers is here. What's up, Bill? We need one more Rip Rap Fest somewhere just to really round it out. It'd really pull the room together. All right. Yeah, any of those festivals for you all out there, that'd be a long haul. Has anybody decided if they were going to do any of those maker fairs? Like, was it San Francisco? What was the city out there? I know New York Maker Faire, but or is all that still dead? They did not do the local Maker Faire this year, but that's really not connected to Make in any way. All right, let's go for a fourth one, just to say we have all red. Bam, Bay Area Maker Faire. That's what it was. Moved California. Swimming pools and movie stars. Rochester is having one. Charles Thompson. WV, thank you. Been a long time. Still haven't finished your Go kit yet. Well, you got to get that one finished so you can start on one of these. Thanks for joining the stream. The snow in July. Yes, feedback on the part tolerances. Some of that is my printing, but the one he sent me was somewhat tight. So I'll make sure that he knows that. In fact, I might just fix it and send him the update and see if he likes it. I can tell you this though, I would rather have them way too tight than too loose, because the nut falling out of these parts over and over while you're trying to put it together is maddening. It is beefy. I'm really interested to see what we can do with this thing for speed. It is all pretty much uh, bent stainless. I'm pretty excited to see how this thing prints, so we'll see. Okay, now we are ready to put some motors on. We do have to, I gotta eyeball the lineup of the pulley on the ends of these dudes. And I think it should be pretty straightforward. But I want to go ahead and get one on there before I start to work with it. No, it is all steel. What? It's got a bit of a burr in it. I know that I'm behind the thing again. There. Bring these over here. Yes, they are. They are I don't even know that brand. 28XG J20. I think. Give me one of those dealies. How much room do we have? I think we're gonna go the pulley like pretty much down as far as it'll go on the shaft, and that might be exactly what he was going for here. So that's all the way down on the shoulder. That looks pretty good. All right, I'm happy with that. Let's go ahead and put all the pulleys on. The orbiter extruder yet? No, I have one for a build that I still need to do, but I have not messed with it. John Molak, he has a design on his IDEX machine that uses them, and they look pretty cool. But I haven't had any experience with it yet. I definitely want to try them out. Aaron F. That's why I wanted to do this one, is because I'm pretty tired of the standard designs. I'm not looking forward to doing any more of the standard machines. I think I'm done it. I think that business is over. We've seen it. Until there's something else new that's different, I really don't want to deal with it. So that's why this one was so attractive. Plus, I think SecKit does a pretty nice job on pretty much everything. All right, there's that. If I would keep my bits all in the same place, I'd know where they were. If you lived here, you'd be home by now. All right. 16s probably. We got quite a ways to go on this. Does he want a washer on it? Why not? You have it on your Voron, works really well. Nice. He's got 10s on this. We'll try 10s. 10s seem short, but that's just me eyeballing it. I'm getting a sea of mixed hardware here on the table. You know what happens after that? Chaos. Yeah, and I mean, there's nothing wrong with the extrusion. Square tube would be pretty cool, actually, if you could find some square tube. Um, there's nothing wrong with the extrusion printers. They have their place. It's just there's just so many people that have designed one and tried to sell it. Just tired of seeing them. It's all the same thing, and there are some that are better than others. We've been in that mode for ages now, it seems like. Okay. Time for something now for something completely different. I don't know about completely different, but I don't know if 10's long enough. Yeah. Okay. I hate waiting. I hear you. Any thoughts on what happened to Ripcord? What happened to Ripcord? Is Pooch all right? Melted a heater block on what? Is it bare bones or full kit? This is the full kit version. You can get it a number of ways. You can get different parts and customize it, get a little higher end stuff or whatever you want to do. Huh. That block should be like Those aluminum blocks should be good to like 300. I wonder how that went down. I'll have to ask him. I've never heard of such a thing. You know, there are a lot of farms out there that use those. If there was a bad batch or something, you'd think you would have heard about it. There's one. Letterhead Mitch is here. What's up, Mitch? All right, we got one motor in place. Clear some of this stuff out of here so I can move it around a little easier. We're gonna work on this side now. I did keep the elephant in the room. I thought he deserved it. He's a good elephant. Trying to find, letting these screws find their home in these parts. These little extremely low torque electric screwdrivers are the man. Sergio actually sent me this one. It's just a Skill battery powered screwdriver, and I use it all the time. But this saves you so much headache. So much. Thank you again for that, Sergio. What's the plan for today? Well, I'm hoping that we're going to get most of this thing done today. I hope. But, you know, you never know what's going to happen. But we're going to get a lot of it done today. Let's say that. A lot of it done today. Easy as the Mark III kit? Yes. The Mark III kit isn't necessarily the easiest build in the world. I would say if you could build a Mark III kit, this will be no problem. Now, the only deal with these that you really need to watch out for is these were intended to not be a person's first 3D printer. So, the directions... Is that hitting that nut? There you go. The directions are assuming that you know quite a bit about 3D printing already. So be prepared for that. They're not going to tell you every little step like Prusa does. So you kind of have to know what's going on sometimes. But I think if you have the skills for the Mark III kit, you can get through one of these kits. Even if you have to reach out and ask a few questions, I think you still got the skills to do it. Shouldn't be a problem. Are we out of 10s already? I've lost like probably half of them, so. Got a lot of 8s. I'm probably about 5 short, but I've probably used 5 too many in other locations because I did use them all for my rails, and I put a lot more screws in my rails than they show in the pictures. So that's not that big of a deal. And I've probably dropped half a dozen on the floor. Our eights, right? No worries. Did you miss the sitting on the frame? No, not yet. Yes, that's SecKit, means your second kit. That's what that stands for. So that's how they intend for these to be used. Tutankhamun, another great handle. Welcome to the stream. Print a benchy by next week. All right. Motor. You can kind of just, because the Z mount is right here, you can just kind of line up that belt block with that motor gear, and it looks good. No problem. Nice part about these is they're not torquey enough to really cause you any problem. Even on printed parts most of the time. You can still have to be careful, but most of the time you're all right. Okay. It does really save your hands. Magnetic part tray. Unfortunately, all of this stuff is stainless most of the time, and it's non-ferrous, or very, very little amounts of... it will stick just kind of. And after this, we get to start lining up all the belts. That's fun times. Ferricity, that's the technical term for it. Easier than building the FT5? I can tell you it's easier than building the FT6. So, yeah, I'm going to say yes. Is the Wham Bam slap mat? I actually have the Mega slap mat, too. They sent it over with some other stuff one time. It is a monster. That thing's like the size of a bath towel. Go Team Orange. I thought about building just this whole table as a tray. You know, just trimming the whole thing out. That would probably not a bad idea. Or I need some sort of mechanism like right under here that funnels them down into a tray of some kind, and I just clean it out. Because they mostly go this way. Sometimes I end up with a few suicides over that side, but most of them fall in between me and the table. This one's going to be kind of hard to eyeball. It's just almost too tall. All right. All of the Z motors are on. Z motors, go. Okay, front belted Z, toothed pulleys. And those are the ones with the gaps on them. This one and this one. Right, right. Man, I have the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle theme song running through my head, and it will just not go away. M5 by 30s. Now all of you are going to have that theme song running through your head. You're welcome. Flange nut belts. Will this fit on here? No. The bolt, you have to have one way and one the other, and it probably said that in the directions and I wasn't paying attention. So I'll have to flip this bolt around. Magnet part tray that have dividers in them? I don't know, I've never seen one. Orange, all the things, yes. Save Ferris. The splat mat is actually really handy for like soldering on and things. I use it for a lot of stuff, like burning out nozzles, like when you drip the filament. It's great for that. FT5 is a fair. There's a lot of folks that have gotten awesome results out of those FT printers, and there's a fairly large. They've been around so long. There's a fairly large community around them. A lot of people have them, share parts and stuff. Even the 6, a lot of the 5 parts fit the 6, so I can get all the same good stuff. Cowabunga, dude. All right. Yeah, I've always thought about designing some sort of collector. Notice I have a few guitars. I got a favorite one of them. I got a lot of them that I really like. It's hard to say which one my favorite is, but I have a 2006, something like that, Explorer that I really, really like. Is it a 2006? I think so. It's an 06 Explorer, that Gibson Explorer I really like. So that's one of my faves. Are these the right blocks? They have to be, right? That's them. Was I supposed to use like a cap head screw on these? Or a button head screw on these? So these call for a cap head. Now we gotta go back and look. Because that 30 is not going to be long enough. So what's happening is this mount, so they mount up here as your idler for your Z-belt. That screw head is too fat to fit in there. It almost has to be like a button head or something. And they show a lot more clear. Oh, wait. They're showing a different. They're showing this on the Y tube. It's not in that mount. Okay, that makes more sense. That was user error. That was my fault. Okay. That makes a lot more sense. All right. Now, getting screws in that tube. Because these two are the short ones. Now I have to go back and look. Two 30s go through the back. And then in the front, you have two M5 by 10s. That's what we got in there. Okay, so you've got 3 holes in the Y tube. You've got these 2 in the front. We put 2 in. Don't do that. We put 2 in. We were supposed to leave the one in the back empty. I would have saved it some time yesterday if I would have read it. Thank you, Alan, for joining the stream again. Well, I think I'm back on track now. Rain gutter along the edge, that would be good. Where's my little grabby tool thing? How far back in chat am I? Alex G, thanks for joining. Unless you've already left. Next time, Gadget. Oh yes, Inspector Gadget. That's definitely one. Thank you, Alan. Yes, I did catch. I was like, what? Because I put one too many on this is why I was confused. Ah, that one's not gone. I actually saw where that one went. Okay, now we're back on track. Even cut the little space out of the side of this metal to allow for that screw head. Change audio. PRS custom. You know, PRS is one I never bought. Fellow Explorer fan, nice. I do love the Explorer. So here he reminded me of audio. ABS. Oh, they do. They have those big sections of plastic rain gutter. Nice. You shouldn't slight any of them. They get mad. He started talking about them. So audio. I talked about it this morning. Reduce your guitar count to 10. Oh, it'd be so hard to get down to 10. But we had noise cancellation on there, the old style, and now we've switched to the new style of noise cancellation. People said it might have gotten a little bit better, but now let's turn it off and just see how things go. I think we've tried this before and maybe it didn't go so well. So let's just kick it off. And now it is off. So when you get caught up, let's see how it sounds now. Now let's switch to the other side of this. Should we do belt first and then switch? Let's do belt first and then switch. Where is all the belt? Here it is. Yes, you can pop the chat into a new window. That's how I do it here, which is a lifesaver. I was kicking around the idea again that I needed another monitor. This is 8mm belt. Sweet. That's 10mm belt. Cool. All right. How do I want to do this? Let's trap the bottom section. That's the universal I just hit my head noise. Let's do that. We are going to need an actual Allen wrench for this one. I mean, as long as, well, you know, that's one of the things about YouTubing. It's like you're always, you can definitely hear more table noise now. Okay. Can hear the echo of the machine noise. Do I have a Discord server? No. All the sounds. Patrick Cruz, thank you. Desktop Chrome, full screen with chat on the side, nice. Should I have a Discord server? I've kicked it around quite a few times. Sounds like a real workshop now. All right. Then let's. What you want to turn it back on just to see? Just don't break winds. You want to turn it back on just to see we prefer one or the other. Because I'm okay with it being on. There's now the fancier one is back on. Maybe this is, and I'll listen to this after the stream tonight and just see what the differences were for myself. I'm just trying to keep it, because there is a lot of stuff going on down here that you probably don't want to hear. Like lots of 3D printer noise, people walking around upstairs sometimes. So I'm going to have to make a call on this to see just how much length we might need. And I don't think it's going to be too hard to determine. He said that there is some extra, but not a lot extra. He said 4 or 5 centimeters on each length shouldn't be that big of a deal. So that's good to know. I can't tell any difference. I have no preference. You prefer the new noise. Okay. Cool. Thank you for your help with this, by the way. All right. You know what? I just thought of something. I don't have any extra of this belt if I screw it up. I don't have any 10mm belt that I know of. Is it worth actually taking the time Actually, I think I just answered my own question. It's worth taking the time to pull this one off and measuring it 100% before I take a swag at it. If I had more belt, I'd just eyeball it and go for it. But I do not. And that's I need a broom. Now I'm getting what you're saying. I need a broom to tap on the floor to tell people to stop walking around. The dog is one of them, unfortunately, and I don't think he'd really care about the broom. He'd start looking at the floor and be like, "What is that?" Gotcha. What mic am I using? This is the what do they call it? Rode Link Filmmaker Kit, I think is what they call this. Their lav mic, the Rhodes mic. Well, it seems appropriate, right? I mean, it is kind of my thing. It's kind of what I do. What would you say you do here? Do I say that like 5 times a stream? What would you say you do here? All right. Yes, we will play it safe and make sure we measure the belt. I know that sounds so crazy for me to do. The funny part about playing your own music on YouTube is they still get you for a copyright strike. I don't even know what kind of paperwork I'd have to fill out to be able to do that on YouTube. That would be an interesting experiment if I had some free time. Okay. We should be good. Now the tricky part. It is messed up. Excellent. Yes, it has 3 belt these linear rails supported by belt. All 3. 1050 or so. You have to register the music with content ID. Interesting. I believe this is a great time for. How would we do that? The we can just do them both at once. That'll work. I was thinking about it, like I could clamp that, but since there's really no tension on it, I should be able to slide this one in just by holding it. I usually like to get the surgical clamps out and so that it doesn't move around on me. Mm. See how we did. Is there an SK Go Hemera bracket for sale? I do not know. Boy, those geared motors are really hard to turn. Imagine that. How'd we do? We get enough belt in there? I think it'll be okay. Where's the 5.5? Here it is. Bro, see the chat. What happened to your printer? Well, we're building a new one. How are you doing today? Doing good so far. Thanks for coming back. Lars, out walking the dog. Use a capo on it. These ball-ended Allen wrenches are getting wore out, so they still work, but they get hung up, so they get stuck in the screw head. But it's kind of a tight fit in here. It's about the only good option I have. All right. So that's good. No worries, Tony. One done. I guess we can do the back one while we're in this position. They should all be relatively the same length, right? We're using the same rail. But as soon as I assume that, Schman Blanco, hello. All the way from Argentina. So is it like a Voron with a moving bed? Nope, it's not quite like that. I had this on the opposite way anyway. I would have had to take it off. Trident. Back one is longer. See? I would have assumed that. Yeah, I've thought about using the chuck on the drill to do all that stuff. Just set it to the, set the torque setting, but usually it's always way too tight. I can't get it in there. All right, what do we got for this side? Felt, felt, felt. This one goes through it. Okay. Now, there is another one of these TG2 hangers floating around somewhere. It should go... No, that's right, because this goes like that. Okay. We're good on that then. I was looking at it the wrong way. Gotta go rake some leaves. Well, thanks for stopping by anyway. What board? EU-friendly streams. That's why I used to always do Sunday mornings. I think Saturdays and Sunday mornings work best for me, but I like to catch a lot of the EU folks too. This one has a Fly CDY V2, which some of those Fly boards are pretty nice. I kind of like them. Thing's still over there cranking out parts. I just threw another one in the box. Okay. Let's see. Where is our... This is the other side. This is the back one. And that's not going to give me enough room to add this. But I'm guessing that's where it goes. Yes. So we'll just swap those out. Yeah, you know, I've got one of those setups, Bill. Yes, the elephant did stay. I've got one of those octopus boards I still need to try out. But I agree. I think it would make it less of a headache than having the breakout like I have installed now. I don't know. I'm curious to see how that works out. I'm going to try it. See, that 30 is way too long. Can you actually fit a 10 on here? Man, just there wouldn't be much. You need like a 15 or something. It really doesn't say anything about that. Oh, they want to put them out the back to add for the extra length. All right. It will end when it ends. All right, so we got enough room in there to adjust that guy. We got some. That's all we need. Okay. So this loosen it up just a little bit more. If I don't put that back on there, I'll be looking for it here in just a second. So this sits down here. And then we're going to backhand that motor. And this one would be a little trickier for me to get the exact measurement on. So we might take a bit of a swag on this one. Ouch. But I think we can swag. I don't know. I keep thinking about that's all the belt you have. Well, it's not. You know how much I like to take swags at things. This person that keeps asking me about printers, either maybe English isn't their forte. Spamming not very well. Don't they have school for that now? Marlin does not really work with this board. They don't have a good config for this. I don't remember. I think the only thing that I have tried on the, I don't think I ever tried Marlin on this on the fly board. I think I just tried RepRap, so I do not have experience with that. We took, I want to say these were they 8s or 10s that we took out of here? They're 8s. Nice. School for troll, yeah. At least do your job well. Marlin is inferior anyway. Now there you go, saying things that get me worked up. Marlin is the most feature-rich firmware that you can put on your 3D printer. And anytime somebody would like to have a discussion about why that is true, I am open. All right. Okay. Now we are going to cheat taking this back off, putting the belt on, and putting it back on. I think that is by far the best way to handle this one. uh, Derek, you don't even know. You just opened a a hornet's nest on that one. Like the elephant, he's awesome. The elephant is so cool. Yes, 3 Z steppers. They're geared stepper motors. What is the heated bed size? It's a
First bid to
440?
name the elephant. Topsy.
400 watt. Um, uh, so there you go. So, Derek, so he wants to name the elephant Topsy, and I think that is a great idea. Now, there's something like there's that. So I don't watch. Let's just back up a little bit. I don't watch a ton of TV. I don't have a lot of time to watch TV, and I have a problem sitting still long enough to watch TV. Admittedly, um, but one of my favorite shows is Bob's Burgers, and I've seen like every episode a half a dozen times, and uh, I will just watch it like while I'm down here working. I'll just put it on and just keep rewatching the episodes, and they still make me laugh. I really like that show. And there is an episode about Topsy the elephant, and it is hilarious. So, Topsy it is. Long live Topsy. Chris's elephant zoo. Watching is dangerous for your brain. Okay, I think we about got this one. I think this one's the hardest one. Hopefully there's enough slack on this. This would be way easier if I turn this over, but I really don't want to. You have to feed it through the metal slot in this frame and then get it over that gear. And it's a really tight fit. I'm doing it while it has somewhat of a tension on it. So that's probably not the best case scenario, but I'm trying to sneak it on there without undoing anything. And I probably shouldn't do that either. But hey, a lot of times the shortcuts we take just slow us down. Thank you, Derek, for the $5, by the way. If I didn't say that. I've seen that carrot feeder thing. I'm curious how they did the firmware on that. There we go. We about got it. How long have we been going today? What time is it? No way. Is it seriously almost 2 o'clock? Oh, this clock didn't get rolled back. I'll be fighting that for the next week. I'm like, whoa, what time is it? I didn't even want to look at work today. I glanced through work email this morning, but time change, it either nothing happens or the world comes crashing down. So here's hoping everything went okay. Tension is described in the manual. Daylight savings, man. Remember one time they called, they were having a conniption fit because we had some servers in Arizona. And they're like, the time didn't change, the time didn't change. I'm like, well, they don't observe daylight savings time. I wouldn't think, I'll look at the tension guide in the book here in just a second. I wouldn't think you would need a lot on Z. It says in there somebody says you can throw a wrench underneath it and kind of lean them up, get it tensioned. I think this one might be plenty tight enough after we get it tightened down. The screw's so long I can't have to use a wrench. I think that's more than enough tension for a Z-belt. Allen wrench to tilt the bracket. Yeah, I think you could play bass guitar on that. I think that's more than enough. In fact, I probably ought to bump the center bracket down a tooth. We'll leave it on there a minute. We'll get a little stretch out of it. I like it. It's good. It's a little tighter than this one, but shouldn't be a problem. Okay. It is Z after all. Got one more Z to go, but this one should be easier compared to that one. Time travel. Tune the tension to E. A little more tension than I think. Okay, we'll play it by ear. But all right, we'll be aware of that. This is pretty much like the lowest tension. I mean, I snugged this one up some, but there's a little room to improve if we need to. So I'll be on the lookout for that. I think this is the smaller one, isn't it? Yeah. First Lane is here. The one joy of Arizona. Never been to Arizona. Do we have some more 30s? We do. No, I'm hiding. The internet. You know how many times a week I say that? All right. There's one printer I have somewhere where they have these same kind of belt traps, but you can actually slide it in from the side. You can just loosen it up and slide it in. This was really handy, and I don't remember what that was. Maybe that's how the Exo Slide does it. It works really well. You can almost like do it one-handed. Diverse? That's a great way of putting it, Colin. There were some other things I was going to chat about today. We already talked about noise suppression. We've made some decisions on that. Feeling pretty good about it. I told you about the new subscriber thing on YouTube. I thought that's kind of nifty. I don't know when they introduced that. So you have to be a subscriber to be able to chat, and you have to be a subscriber for at least 5 minutes. I thought that was kind of a nifty thing, because I mean, people coming to your live stream, you know, just randomly, that doesn't really happen to us so much. Most of these folks are, you know, have been here a time or two. So I don't think it really impacts us much, but it might decrease the noise a little bit. So we'll see how that goes. You can make it a longer time if you'd like. Like they've got, I saw 30 minutes. There might even be more than that. But I thought that wasn't very fair. Especially if somebody, you know, didn't realize they weren't subscribed and they've been coming here forever. So we'll see. It might be a nifty feature for us. I do intend on doing more of these. Again, we will be doing another set of live streams next week with Mr. Dave Randolph over at Printed Solid. Oh, wait, look. Pretty good. Yeah, I think it's a nice feature. I noticed a lot of folks are heading over to Twitch to stream. I've never tried it. I just always figured, man, we've been doing it on YouTube so long. I don't want to confuse anybody. So I just stay on YouTube. I mean, I'm not against doing Twitch, but, you know, my whole catalog is here. So I just stay on YouTube. In fact, I opened a Twitch account so I could pop over to Joel Telling's stream one time because he was doing Twitch. I don't know if he still does or not. I haven't seen one in a while. So Twitch alerts me when somebody I know is like, hey, come check out this stream. And I just so happened to catch Chris Kiersey's stream the other day, which I have never done. I never get caught up with Chris ever, which I should. But I popped in and said hello over there. So he's on Twitch. And I guess that was I asked him, it's like, hey, what's up with Twitch? And he said that was the first time he tried it out. So a few more folks giving it a try. What we're gonna do? Ah, it's perfect. Famous last words. Stick with what you know. That's my motto. Come on, wrench. One more. It's really wore out. I'd love to find a really high-end set of Allen wrenches. These are Weehaw, and they've been good, and they weren't terrible expensive. But, you know, the smaller sizes, they still wear out. And I don't know if you found some that were made out of a harder type of metal, if that would actually help or hurt you. MIP, I've heard of that. Well, Twitch was like all gaming, right, at one time, and then other people started to gravitate over there. Okay. Good for that. How long have we been going today? Ooh, we're right at 2 hours. It's coffee break time. I haven't even had any coffee while we've been here. Weira? I don't know that I've ever heard of that. I'll have to look around. If anybody knows of a really good set, though, let me know, because I'm all over it. I use them constantly. All right, Z-belts are done. What else we got? The constant force spring. This is pretty interesting. He has recently redesigned it. So there's another one that's going to be coming out. But now he has this one on the right side of the carriage. There's an 45 bolt, some 316. So basically, We have switched noise suppression a couple times today. Bon has tools for the win. Nice. Just seeing Topsy. Thanks, Alvin. So this constant spring idea, he's reworked it. It's basically just a rolled up steel spring that you attach on the back of the carriage here, and then you attach it to the Z so it keeps it from dropping. Now the geared motors are going to help a lot to keep it from losing track, but this will help even further. Now, like I said, he has redesigned this, but we can go with, he's getting ready to manufacture or ship out the new design or whatever. So we're going to go with this one for now, but we will eventually switch out to the new one. Now, is there a printed part for this? I don't remember seeing something like this. Or maybe it just goes through. He shows a housing, but I don't see, well, you'd have to be able to screw it on. I don't see a housing that looks like that. Maybe I missed it in the printed parts. It's not exactly mandatory, but I would like to see it in action, honestly. Oh, so on the new version, there's no housing. He just bolts it to the frame, and then the other end bolts. Oh, okay. The instructions have stuff in there for the beta versions and for the prod version. Prod. That sounds funny. So you got to kind of look around on that if you are going to build one of these. But he just uses a 45, M5 45. And a couple of nuts. 4. The amounts of hardware are starting to dwindle, so we're doing something. This makes it much easier to install anyway. So that's a good thing. And that's a good thing. Going for another spin. Oh, Topsy. You're such a good elephant. No one understands you but me. I do want to get that somewhat tight. That would go right in your eye. And then what's he got on the bottom? M38 with a washer on it. Shoot your eye out, kid. Sorry, motor. I don't want to do this to you, but I have to. The name is sticking. You went with the keyback thing? Okay. I'm not exactly sure what Ernest is switching to, but he did say he was going to change it up because maybe it didn't, like if you went to a certain height, it wasn't going to work. I know if this thing broke, you'd know about it. So there's that. Spring to keep the Z up. And now we move on to X and Y. All right, what do you say? Coffee break time? I think it's a good idea. We're about 2 hours in. That's usual coffee break time. Let's do it. Couple minutes, take a break. We will be right back. All right, I'm back. Let's keep going. What's up, Aaron? What's up, Pat Prop? Okay, so now we start on the XY rail. On Core XY, sometimes this is the trickiest part. Let's get all of our hardware in a relatively reachable place. Let's move this way a bit. We have two front pulleys. The lower one is on the left side. This one's going to be a trick from all the way over there. In fact, let's do that a little differently. Yep. Yep. Got it. Uh-huh. Sure. I will take count of how many of these get found on the floor if we don't run out. Part 3 of the stream will be just finding loose boards or loose bolts on the floor. Hungry floor. Has anyone seen Chris work hockey lately? I have not. It's a good question. I don't know what he's up to. I know the summertime he's super busy. I don't know when wedding season is, but maybe he's still busy with all that. I think he gets pretty slow December-ish. In that time frame. Nitchmer's here. You did not miss anything, my friend. Other than we named the elephant. His name is Topsy. Derek named the elephant. That worked pretty well. Can I do it twice? trick to get those on that. Yeah. In this direction, I might be able to slide it in there. This is the upper one. That's a trick, all right. It'd be easier if you put it in the other way, but it would also be hard to hit it with a wrench. Pretty sure that one didn't make it in the box. I just heard one fall. That sounds like a floor to me. That's why God gave us Roomba. uh, I wonder if Roomba could survive vacuuming of my basement floor. It'd be like the equivalent of throwing a handful of quarters on the carpet and expecting it to pick them up. Pray for Roomba. Like I'm looking for the one the floor ate. Harder, yeah. You know, a garage floor is one of those things, man. You almost want it white, but then you don't want it white because it's going to look horrible in about 5 minutes. I did some transmission work on one of the cars ages ago, and I talked to a guy that was pretty good at it, and he said the first thing you want to do is find a nice level table and paint the whole thing white. Oh, and he wasn't kidding. All the little clips and pins and crap that were inside that thing. Oh man. All right, so the front ones are on. We're gonna do our rails. Here's our extra long one. Yep. Had white floors. I don't doubt it. Yes. Card is it's so much easier to work in and find things. I felt like the old streams we spent like half the time looking for stuff. Why max stopper block optional? So we need to throw a end stop up here. Front right. So right in here. Can you actually see any of that? You can a little bit. What do we got for end stops? This thing. And then my switches were right here. Default setup. Leave 2 holes in the front of the Y rail. The rear pulley housing acts as the Z max stopper, so no printed support blocks are needed. Alternate. Leave 1 hole in the front. Use this setup if you want to leave more space at the rear side and flip the X so the extruder carriage faces backwards. That doesn't sound like what I want to do. So I think what do we got for this? M3. Six. And are these all threaded? No. So this one can go through like that. I could get 2 nuts on there. More like 60%. I know. This has helped. Getting things changed around has helped greatly, but I will always forever look for things. How about, we might need a few more 10s. When's the normal person size? Saying I'm not normal? You'd be right. Yes, MGN 9 rails for the Y motion. Well, Tutankhamun, thanks for joining. And what parts of the planet are you? I'm in the United States, right in the middle, in Kansas City, Missouri. People without like 1,000 square feet. I don't have quite 1,000, but I know what you mean. Not everybody has enough room for printers. I get it. That one might not be so easy to put on there. Oh, you were right. What was I thinking? I guess it really wouldn't matter too much, but good thing Alan's here. He pretty much built this thing for me. That is going to be really tight to be able to get a screw in or a nut on that. put the one in the front on first, and then we'll worry about this one in the back. I can see why, but I'm glad you helped me through this. I don't want to blame streaming for my inadequacies while building printers, but it does add a bit of a flavor to building something. All right, so how do I get that back one in there? I don't know if there's any possible way I could do that with a set of needle nose pliers. Hmm. I don't know about that, man. If there's any way I can even slide it. These Y tubes are a little bit sharp as well. I don't think that's happening. There's a mod that moves the Y stop to the front left using 2 holes above the XY idler. I don't want to spend too much time on this, but jeez. I just don't think there's a way I can get that done. Not in those holes. I could in like the back two. Well, let's take a look at the rail. Let's do that first. How much room we got for this rail? Yeah, I mean, that's it. That's where it goes. So I guess we're going to put the rail on. And then I'll worry about that in a moment. One, two, skip a few. Yeah, I can't believe it's Sunday already. Everybody's survived the time travel, I guess. Well, that was probably a bad idea right there. Yeah, I think that's going to be the main goal for this, is stay away from the cross brackets on these tubes. This is one of the longer builds. Like, you almost have to, concentrate. I like the... Well, we have a mix, I guess. We have a mix of longer versus shorter. The shorter ones, we can just watch Benchy's print, and I can tell you stories. These I actually have to do some work. Benchy and chill. Those are always nice. Oh. I'm gonna drop both of those. Yeah, I don't know that we're going to get moving today. This is going to have a part 3. Also, if you're into watching 3D printing live streams, I did notice that Project Talk, I believe is the name. They'll let me know if I got it wrong. Project Talk with Glenn and James is at 4:30 Eastern today. They are going to have it today. So look out for that. So if we go into, I'm positive we're going to go into a third stream, even if it's just to hang out and watch it print for a while. We're going to go into a third stream. The third stream will have to be one night this week, I guess, unless we wanted to push it to like 2 weeks from now. So we might have to do like Wednesday night or something. Sorry for you UK folks. All right. Rail feels pretty good. I'm going to just push these in as far as they will go. And we'll see if we need any lineup or anything like that when we get the X on. Yes, the rail core took like, what, 7 streams or something? I can't. I have to be careful with the timer too. Same thing happens to me. If I smell coffee, I'm like, oh, gotta get up, have some coffee. All right, let's move to the other side. Put this other rail on. Remind me not to push those carts off the edge. Guess we could go ahead and put our, while we're over here, we could put our arm on. So they've got the tooth pulley on this side. They've got the one that's down. I love the feel of machined aluminum parts. That's going to be in the back of the sled, like that. So I did these right? So this one, you have to do one of these numbers, but this is the front of it. So you'd have it like, now I have to go back and look at this picture again. This shows a little different set of carriage setups. That looks more like what we're dealing with here. And what attaches onto the bottom of this? Is that the X-rail? Tooth pulley bottom back on the right side. What's up, Tom? I'm building you a new machine. You could win. Oh, okay. Now I see. So these fit on the bottom. This part goes on the cart. And this one, like that. Oh, I was confused by the opening. See, there's a picture of it all assembled. X-rail tooth pulley bottom back right side. Bottom back right side. So to do that, I would have to do cart goes here, bottom back right side, rail on bottom. And then you'd have room for your flag for your end stop. So that one goes there. Tooth pulley, bottom, back, right side. Got it. All right. What, oh, that's how he gets around that screw that I couldn't get the nut on. He just uses a super extra long one. Should have thought of that. And goes straight through to the bottom of the rail. I was trying to put it inside the rail. cutouts go to the outside of the belts to pass through the front idlers. All right. It's been all belts and pulleys and such today. Yeah, it doesn't feel like I've gotten a lot done.
Chris, it will be nice to share your screen with us.
Nice 3DP, thank you very much for the 2. I'm glad I can do this stuff and hang out with you all. Wasn't there like a really long set of these? Yeah. And that is a smaller wrench size. Yeah, I was thinking this morning, like, well, you know, I don't have to organize parts, I don't have to do this, I don't have to do that, so it should be faster today. No, that didn't work. That didn't work out at all. Oh, I actually put it away. That's why I can't find it. Ah. All right. Hopefully I have a wrench. So those sleds take about 6 millimeters of length. So an 8 should be able to go through there. Hopefully I have a wrench that will slide through that body so I'm actually able to get on that. Let's find out. And he uses another piece for a flag, which I believe is this piece. Yes. And how thick is this aluminum? That might require a 10 millimeter. I had an extra one. Where'd it go? I swear there was one right here. Maybe I used it. Connected to my wristwatch. Hopefully that's not too much for that cart. And now, will this wrench fit? It might fit, but I might not be able to get it back out. Would I rather fight a horse-sized duck or 100 duck-sized horses? That's a tough call. I don't know, ducks are pretty mean. If there was a horse the size of a duck, I might be in trouble. That might be like Godzilla territory. So I'm going to go 100 duck-sized horses. So I could probably be real lazy. You know, just kick them. Good question, though. Oh, yeah. Like I said, that's Godzilla territory there if we had to fight one duck. I feel like I'm being interviewed for, like, Mad Magazine. Eight was the right choice, not 10. But just barely. Okay, now, with that on there, I'm guessing you are going to have to use 6s on the rest of these. Yes, you will. Is there anything else that goes on these? No. It would fill your freezer. That's true. Very true. You'd be really tired of eating duck. You'd have duck everything. Can you make, like, tuna salad out of duck? Duck salad? Think we can make that work? The belts pass through there. Yes. And then the other side, let's go ahead and put Nerdspot has subbed. Thank you for the sub. Let's go to the other side and put the rail on before we tackle the X rail, because we should be able to slide that X rail. Oh. I just put that on there with the rail, X rail at the top instead of at the bottom. Now we're gonna get done. Now we're gonna get done. Not like this. I had it all lined up. I look away for 1 second, and I flip it upside down. Imagine the pillow you could make. The size of the feathers would be, you know, you'd have like, they'd be like 3 foot long. Duck, duck, goose. Oh, you guys. I was talking with Sergio the other day. I'm there's some I got just the old, standard old iron gas lines in my house, and I'd like to replace some of them. Some of them are a lot longer than they should be. I'd like to relocate some of them. Just when I did the remodel, I was thinking, man, that's kind of in a bad spot. So I was thinking about redoing them. I saw, Sergio's HVAC, so he knows about gas lines and all that good stuff. So he sent me a chart and how you do all that good stuff. And I got to thinking about doing CSST, that stainless flexible stuff. It's kind of expensive, but no more than I really want to replace. It might make things way, way easier. So that is a project that I have coming up. I don't know if any of you have experience with that stuff, but it looks like it would be way easier than me trying to get the correct size of iron pipe. They say like the only real problem is maybe like lightning strike, but if you ground it and all that good stuff, you should be able to get around that issue. Heaven forbid there was ever a lightning strike. At least 4 times. I'm with you on that. Yeah, corrugated stainless steel tubing. That's what I was thinking anyway. I think if you do it right, it's probably more than safe enough. I just hate dealing with the iron pipe. Because then I'd have to like cut it, get another piece that was the right size. I'd either have to get it threaded, find a piece that was relatively the same size, then I'd have to mess with unions. If I could get the corrugated piece, I could pretty much just buy some fittings, slap it in, and call it a day. It's not really easy to buy, actually. There's like we have a Menards, they have it, but like Lowe's, they don't sell much of it at all. So it's not the easiest thing to get in the world. I don't know if I haven't seen a new house in a long time in the United States. I don't know if that is typical for contractors to use that kind of stuff now or not. I always relate it to like pipe fittings. Like used to be, you put the sweat fitting on, but then you had a compression fitting, and you don't see compression fittings anymore. Now it's everything are those vampire type fittings, and they're quite a bit more expensive, even more expensive than the old compression fitting was. But I'm guessing that's just the plumber's trend because they don't care what it costs. They care that it can go together real fast, right? And it does. It goes together real fast. I don't know about longevity for those types of fittings, but they're probably not real worried about that either. Menards. Still the best store name. Gas lines scare you? Yeah. I could see that. Yeah, code, like I do have to check with the local guys. Um, that CSST is code. I mean, to some respects, in like 49 states or something here. I'm just not sure what local code goes after. It's just a thought I'm kicking around, so we'll see. It's more of a convenience thing than it is a need. But it would make the gas, because this house, whoever's tagged this on there, and it used to have a gas washer at some time, I'm guessing, clothes washer, and so they've tagged this, and then they've capped that, so it's just kind of messy. I'd like to clean it up a bit. Real high pressure, yeah, that's another issue. This is all 6 to 7 water column. Can't smell electricity, that's true. CSST is regulated in lots of counties in Missouri. Requires an extra endorsement to purchase it. When stuff around it burns. Ozone smells, that's true. I'm pretty comfortable around electricity for the most part. Maybe a little too comfortable. But I've done a lot more of that than I have other things like gas lines. Alright, and there's nothing on this side, right? It's not like I have dual in-stops or something. You just have to make sure the smooth side is down on this side. Okay. And the rail runs across the front. Cool, 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 cool. Running out of 6s, but they're so small, there's probably tons of them sitting around on the table. Is that a 6 or an 8? That's a 6. One's funny tingles a bit. Especially when you're standing on a concrete floor. I don't know why it didn't play an alert or anything, but Lee Nelson, thank you very... Oh, it's via pledged on Patreon, so it must have left something. I just didn't hear it. Thank you very much for pledging on Patreon. And Brody Broads subscribed. Thank you. Tingly. Just a little. Alright. M316s. I don't think it's going to be printing today. I had high hopes that we'd at least get firmware on it today, but I don't think it's going to be printing today. Don't think I have enough time. I probably did myself a disservice by putting those carriages on first before I put this rail on. But we'll see. We shall see. How's that work? Those have to be... That has to go on the other side. I tell you what, the rework for this job. Let's see what this looks like. That's that side. This side has the upper one, but the smooth pulley should be in the back. Yes, it should. Of course it should. Mount the back holes. Mount in the back holes of the joiner? That's the problem. Some of these pictures you can't tell if that's front or back. There's a picture where it shows the rail. I need another picture. All right, so if they go in the back holes, then... But would it fit on that side? It does clear, so that's kind of the only way it can go. The back of the joiner. Okay. Well, that actually makes it a little easier, so good. Thank you. All right. uh, you want to show the play-by-play. That all right. Yep, totally did that. Get this other side on before we do any kind of tightening. What else is going on today? Guess this is football day. I don't pay attention to football, but it is that season. That is for sure. It's pretty nice here today. I think it's like in the 60s. I think we are back to cold and rainy next week, though. We were that way a couple of weeks ago. Back to it. That's more of our usual November weather. No talk of snow yet. It has gotten in the 20s already once. Need a lazy Susan, I know. Somebody had a turntable in their video the other day, and I meant to go ask them, what are you using for that? That would be cool to have a turntable for certain shots. I had a 3D printed one for a while, but it was very small. Okay, and they want you to double nut these. Nice. That would be pretty handy to have. You'd almost have to have like one with a brake on it or something. Because in certain spots, it would be really hard to work on it if it was moving all the time. Still at it. Still at it. We'll be at it for a little while longer. Yeah, Jordan might have one. There will be a part 3. I won't finish it without you. But it might have to be one night this week. Because I would like to get it done before we start the next set of streams next weekend. At least all the linear rails are on. So that's something, right? Okay, the carriage. We should have some countersunk screws somewhere. Maybe. Here's our carriage. There they are. A pinning system to stop rotation. Yeah. Get a round table, huh? Switch to the dining room table. Could make for an interesting video. That it would. That would make for an interesting video. I need to start collecting some more video ideas. I have a few that I'd like to do, but I'm gonna need a lot more ideas. Most of the time, people are really good about throwing out ideas in the comments, though. I don't usually have to search very far for a video idea. Michael, welcome to the stream. Yeah, this one is probably right about at my limit. It will be pretty heavy when it's done. Install belt handlers. So this all sandwiches. Oh, okay. So it's got standoffs. Can I build that whole thing and then put it on? Or do I have to put it on a piece at a time? Do a what? Oh, that's the carbon fiber stuff. The Y and stuff. Yeah, we did that. Oh, he put a link to the alternate solution in here. That's good. We'll deal with that carriage in a minute. Let's put our X and Y motor brackets on there. We are not done yet, I'm afraid. Need some wheels. It might just be an entity of its own. We can just toss it around wherever we want. I always bring water down here, but I never drink it. The motors for these things are actually on the outside. That's cool. Need these. There's some pretty beefy motors they got there. So these should work. Eights and tens. Okay. Tanks are measured in tons. That wasn't coffee. I do have to drink some water once in a while to stay alive. Not very often. Sure, the people, more and more as work from home becomes more. I mean, it's becoming just second nature now. Everybody's working from home, as far as in office scenarios. But you have to do more and more video calls, and I'm sure the people that I work with think I'm crazy because it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and I'm still, taking drinks off of my coffee cup, my incredibly filthy coffee cup most of the time. They probably think I'm nuts. Oh, it's that guy from Missouri. I can hear it now. I do like the tensioner set on these. They have a nice groove you can pull back and forth. Learn something, Tronxy. That's how you tension it. Uh, I'm burning through tens. I think I got some more of these somewhere. But I am nuts. Well, I don't know about nuts. Definitely not right. think that would be a good idea. We might have. I'll look into that. It would be very interesting to try. Those really... Those would almost line up better upside down. Are they different heights? No, not quite. Not quite enough key on that shaft to get them to line up nicely. Well, let's take a look at this other one too. What are you talking about now, Tom? This one will be open for now. I'm not saying we couldn't close it up if we felt like it. You ordered me a set of screwdrivers? Oh, Dave. You didn't have to do that. I will use them proudly, but thank you. What's Tom saying now? You know, that's not out of the scope of me to do something like that. I'm sure my neighbors think I'm strange. That's okay. I'm sure they wonder why I never leave the house. It's the slow pecs. So I think I would be more comfortable with these if we brought the idler up on that screw just a little bit. Because I don't think it's going to line up well. Let's take a look at it on the printer here. I don't think it's going to line up well if we don't. So, if you stick it, this is the right one. So if you stick the left one on there and take a look. Where's that intended to mount? Well, it would have to mount down here. There's enough. There's enough room through the frame where you could adjust that pretty much however you wanted. A lazy Susan. Gotta come over and check out the new configuration. There's probably plenty of room on this. Move them wherever I want. Yeah, I saw that, Alan. I was guessing that's what we were going to do. It runs RRF. Input shaping is really not a thing. You can do it, and that is also one of the videos I intend to make, is how you do it, because it's a bit of a process. We can do that. Alan, so since you're still on here, is that what you did to line up the pulley sets? You just bump these up on the screw? I don't know, that's even still a lot. See what I'm saying? So that's got to line up. You would almost think that you push this one upside down, but you still don't have enough shaft to do that. And this is, I mean, this is X and Y. I mean, there's nothing else that you could use. These 10mm pulleys are really long. I mean, if I could put it upside down, but it would be, there wouldn't be a whole lot of set screw on the shaft. As long as the grub yeah. Yeah, there's not enough set screw on there. Let's see what the absolute maximum is here. That'd be it. I mean, it'll line up, but that 4mm keeps getting in my way. I keep picking it up. I'll leave that loose for until I get the belt on there, so I can let it kind of self-align a little bit. Probably a couple of washers on these wouldn't hurt anything either. We have some 5s, don't we? Not very many, though. That's a 4. Do we have any 4s? Do I hear 4? Your number is 4. Right rear is going to be 3/4 higher than the left. All right. Now I thought sure I'd be able to do this, assemble this outside the printer. I really wanted to see what what was up with that idler anyway. I could do it the reverse side and it wouldn't be a big deal. Magnetic knife blocks. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I don't know. You fiddle with these for so long and you're like, I don't want to do this anymore. But then, if I go sit down for 30 minutes, I'll be like, I really need to go finish that. It kills me when things aren't finished. What do we got left? We got to get all this on. We got to get the belts ran, tensioned up. Got to build the carriage. Got to put the bed on. We got a lot of work left to do. I thought it would be somewhat faster than this, but you know how that goes. So many unfinished projects. Yeah, I have a hard time with unfinished stuff. Yeah. It was good to fit it up anyway, so I understood what was going on. So it's not a huge deal, but where's the other? There it is. Yeah, this one's going to be a lot higher than the other side. You are correct. Hopefully with that motor on there, I can at least get in there enough to adjust it some. Not really. It might be better with the nuts on the backside. At least that way I could get to the screw heads. I like how Ernest used a lot of tank owners' pictures in the manual, and he gives credit to him. That's pretty cool. All right, Sergio. Kind of. Let's take a good swag at. Probably okay there. Slimming down? Not that I know. Everybody keeps telling me I look slimmer. Now I need to go weigh myself or something. I think it's just a camera effect. But I'm liking this printer. Now, as far as Voron, we are going to build a Voron, so we'll be able to stand it up next to that. But I do like the fact that there's a whole lot of metal in this thing. So that gives me a little bit more confidence than, even though I do like printers with 3D printed parts. This thing is a beast, that's for sure. I like it. And also, I don't know what a Voron costs to build. I've never priced one. I've never really looked at it. So I don't know if it's even, this thing is even close to comparable to building a Voron. It brings the metal, that is for sure. Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of factors to that, right? Yeah, I've got one, and I never get it out because the bits are harder to change. Plus, it's quite a bit heavier. But yeah, I do use it on occasion. A lot of time, most of the time, I just never think to use it. This one's my old trusty. The one that's got all the hammer strikes on the handle. With builds like this, I usually end up holding the bit in my hand anyway. You like the tank just a bit better? That's cool. Yeah, I'm really interested to see how this thing does, how it performs overall. And I will bring you all along for the ride with me. Okay. Yeah, the one uh uh the one with the ratcheting on it, the manual one, you can push the bit through. So if when you just take the old one, push the new one in and grab it, it's a little faster. The ratcheting one I have, you actually have to kind of force the bit down and then, push it back through because it's got that ratcheting head on it. So I always end up using this one. I've bought like 3 of these because they keep wearing out the smaller bits. So I've even got a few handful of extra bits. But I really do like them. It's the best thing I've found so far. Fastest thing to use anyway. They're not all that easy to find. Even on Amazon, you have to hunt around a bit to find this thing. Five-minute benchy? I don't know. It probably could. It might not look all that good. Maybe if we switched, but the ratchet, I know. Maybe if we switch to the carbon fiber gantry, it might look a little better. I don't know though. We'll see what we can do. Might have to switch to like a Mosquito Magnum or something so we can pump out some plastic. So am I doing this one correctly? I think I am. Back of the printer. No. This one needs to go on that side because the back of the printer. Yes, it goes on the outside edge. So this is the one for this side. Pretty sure. Okay. That is a really interesting nozzle that Bontech came up with. I want to check one of those out. It's like, it's got, if I'm thinking of the same one, it's got like 3 flutes inside. It's really odd. I've never seen anything quite like it. Good as the Prusa for less money. I'm sure there is, but I really couldn't tell you what it would be. Thank you very much for the $5, Thomas. People ask me that all the time. The Prusa, I mean, there's really nothing. There's really nothing special about the Prusa except it has a lot of features in the firmware that make it easier to use. That's the big advantage. Plus, they've already got all your slicer profiles lined out. You can use their filament. It's just, it makes it easier to use. It takes some of the guesswork out and some of the little things that, when you first start 3D printing, you might mess up. It catches all that, like the alignment and all that good stuff. So that's where the value is. Now, is there something like a Prusa without all that stuff? It's kind of, you go from Ender 3 machines to Prusas. There's not a lot in the middle there. I mean, there's fancier machines, but most all of them are going to run Marlin, and you'd have to tune them yourself. And I mean, it's just in between there. There's really not a lot. I mean, you could get like a Prusa Mini and go, less price, but you get all the firmware features, but you only get a 180 cube build volume. So it's pretty hard. That's right. I mean, Prusa just works. If that's what you need, that's what they do. Yeah. Yeah, it's just, that's a really hard ground for 3D printers, that in between there. I wish somebody would come out with something a little different, but I haven't seen anything yet. What else? So we got our motors on. We're pretty much ready for belts and gears, but I want to look at that a little bit further and make sure I have that lined up as good as possible before we continue on. What do they do after this? Bed. Put your silicone heater on. They have a thermal fuse. I believe he still wants you to use a thermal fuse, but they also have a 150C thermal switch. So I'm not real worried about the 130C thermal fuse. That bed on the ball bearings, that is really interesting. Your extruder setup. Yep, so we have some work to do. That's for sure. Black Friday sale in Prusa. At least you could probably snag free shipping. That would be cool. I'm hoping when Prusa comes out with another, I don't need another Mark III, but when they come out with another line, maybe they'll reduce Mark IIIs like they did with Mark II. If they could bring Mark III in around 650, that would be amazing. I think that would be a heck of a deal. Even $100 less. Let's just look at some of this belt real quick. A lot of times with this, I'll just line the belt up and then take a look down the belt. It makes it a little easier sometimes. Because, I mean, this one's definitely going to be the top one. There's no doubt about that. So that gets me pretty close. In fact, let's just run this through and pin it. Do you have your... Oh, I do not have the rear idlers on yet. Thank you for reminding me. I need to do that first. And those run through right here. What side do they want you to... Okay, so those go in the back corner. Your toothed one goes down. Where's the other one? Let's see if that goes down. They should be the same. Tooth one down, tooth one up. Yep. This belt routing is going to be crazy. No crazier than any other. The SK Go was unique. Everybody always used to ask me about that, the SK Go routing, because there's a twist in it. I'm like, what's up with the twist? Yeah, it's just how it is. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with the Ender 5s, Ender 3s, any of those machines. There's nothing wrong with them. It's just there's a little more fiddling around you have to do to get consistency and, you know, to make it where you don't have to hassle with it all the time. They're not bad machines. I use those machines all the time. They work just fine. I've got an Ender 3 over there right now that's been printing non-stop for days. And it hasn't complained once. It's even printing PETG with a 90-degree bed. Doesn't care. It's fine. And it's pretty much stock. Parts don't even look too bad. Which, now that I think about it, I'll probably go check to see how much filament's left in that printer. It might be running for days and not doing anything. I swear I heard it drop apart at least an hour ago. Cool. Tooth. There's that. Now, what I would like to do... guess we could put it on the right side. This would be the back side. You do have to make sure your Ender 3 is safe enough. Mine does occasionally bark about thermal runaway, so at least I know it's enabled. In fact, I have one that does thermal runaway so bad I finally just gave up adjusting thermal runaway and just put a sock on it. It was really irritating me. Alright, now where is this thing? I know you all can't see that. I apologize. I think we can make that work. Let's see what the routing looks like on this guy. That actually goes around and goes down and back. This is the one. So yeah, it would backhand this smooth pulley instead. But that doesn't matter as long as these are lined up correctly. So it would come around here and then back feed this pulley. Let's try that. This is fun. Yesterday's screw trap. I don't think I looked. Might have picked up a few if I saw them, but I didn't go scrounging, that's for sure. Yeah, I wish that either the motor or the pulley would go down just a little bit more than that, but I don't want it off the shoulder, that's for sure. Because the rear, I mean, this part's not going anywhere. I can't adjust that up and down. Hmm. I mean, it would work, but it is on the idler shoulder just a bit. It's the smooth one, so that's better than that, but and the toothed one doesn't look like it needs to go near as high as I thought it did. So that should be okay. Yeah, they've done somebody asked me the other day how sharp the edges were. They did a pretty good job at smoothing most of these. I mean, they're not crazy smooth, but they're definitely not, gonna cut you. Uh, yeah, I've probably got like 6 sets of these. Uh, then it goes front idler to the front. Yeah, now let me look at the whole belt diagram. Now that you have me thinking about that, that's what are we working on? The right stepper? Yeah, I see what you're saying. So that'll change it up a little bit. That's going to be a interesting pattern. Well, I feel like we didn't get a whole lot done today. I need to line some stuff up and just make sure I have a few things correct before we continue. I do want to continue this as a stream though. I mean, we're almost going to have to do it in the evening sometime. Because next weekend, I don't want to wait 2 weeks to finish this thing up. So let's plan on like, I don't know, like Wednesday evening or something. We'll jump on and try to work this thing out. I'll try to do it a little earlier, so maybe some of the UK folks can join before it's bedtime over there. But hopefully by then I'll have a few more things figured out. We'll have the belts. I know exactly where the belts will route and all that good stuff. And for the next one, I mean, even with 4 more hours, I don't know that we'll be ready to print, but we can give it a try. Because we've still got the bed to do. We've got to get this belt sorted out. I'm hoping that the board and the wiring and stuff, I can just wire it and leave it messy to get a test print. But I'm hoping the board flashing the firmware and all that good stuff shouldn't be a big deal. But, I mean, we've got wiring and stuff to do, so it's going to take a little bit longer. So we'll see. Did you murder somebody with that said Pikachu? I'm going to say yes. Pikachu sounds pretty dangerous to me anyway. Alright, so let's leave it there. Thank you, everybody, for joining today. I know this has been a long set of streams. It feels like for me, anyway. We're 8 hours plus in. But we'll get this thing done. I am really interested to see how it prints, so we'll get it done one way or another. But we'll finish it up. I'll get another stream out there, and at least try to a couple of days ahead of time, so you know when we're going to do this. But I would like to finish it up sometime this week, so we'll give it a shot. But take care, everyone. Have a good rest of your weekend. Thank you for all the tips and everything that came in, and the new Patreon supporters. That's always helpful. And I guess we will see you very soon on the next one of these, where we keep building. Take care, all. Thanks for all the help, Alan.